Didn't plug that. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna get started on the stuff I'm doing today, which is first off, I got a whole bunch of beans from craft store. They were clearanced for like 50% off, which makes them the cheapest beans I've found in a while. So I grabbed like 6 bags of them, and now I'm just transferring them into the nice poly pellet bags that I have here, just for ease of storage. Mm. Really? Let's see. After that, though, I've got a bunch of plushies that are like 3/4 made, and a couple more that I want to get done for the art market on the 12th. So I'll be doing that today and tomorrow. Ultimately, though, if I don't get them all done, that is also fine, because I have plenty of plushies at least to fill a table. Not maybe the most popular of my bats or anything like that, but enough that I can at least still fill everything up, and it's not going to look like I've got empty spaces everywhere. Woo! So many beans. Get y'all. Okay. Hello, Pick. Yes, pancakes. Pancakes and beans, part of a very well balanced diet, I guess. So at the Pride Fest that I went to, I took my large sea pancake, which is that much bigger, and I sold 2 out of the 3 that I have, and I had a couple questions about, like, why my sign said there were small ones, and I didn't have small ones. So I figured I would make some small ones, and my in-law came up to visit randomly over the 4th of July weekend there, so I couldn't really stream or anything. So what I did instead is I just stayed in my craft room and worked quietly, and basically had my embroidery machine running consistently for 2 days straight, just embroidering out a bunch of sea pancakes. So I have flipped them. They still need their wings sewn down and then to be stuffed, but they are almost done. And now I will have 1 large and 10 small sea pancakes for my next event. I was going to make some large ones too, but then I ran out of brown thread. So I need to get more brown thread and need to figure out where to get that now that Joann Fabrics is gone, because that's normally where I go for my thread. There is a little local quilt shop that sells embroidery thread, but it's like a 45-minute drive for me. So I'm trying to figure out if it is better for me to drive 45 minutes up and back to a quilt shop to get thread, or if it is better to just buy it online and have it shipped to me. I don't know the differences of that. Although my next craft fair is the 12th, and that's about 20-25 minutes away from me in the same direction as the quilt shop. So I might try and do those 2 trips together to get some brown thread, but I will not be getting the brown thread before the market on the 12th. So there will only be 1 large sea pancake and 10 small ones. Pride went really well. I sold 58 different plushies over the course of 4 hours. So it was crazy and fantastic, and that is still the best event that I have year round. That is my biggest, best, and the event that I like the most. Okay, there's 2 things of beans. This is my last bean, so this is just gonna be half filled. That's fine. So this is 2 pounds of beans. This is supposed to fit 6 of the poly pellets. I can only fit about 5 pounds of these beans in there because these beans weigh less. They take up more space for less weight, but they are close enough that they will work for the plushies I make. I don't really weigh out my beans specifically, so it's not like I'm going to be missing out on some weight. I do have heavier beans for like weighted plushies, but these ones are just kind of for the feel of the bats. I put the beans in the bellies so they feel squishy and beans. So it's okay that they're slightly less heavy. Where'd you get stuck on? I don't see that. Oh, beans. Okay. There's my beans. Yeah, I meant to be back and streaming last week after Pride. I was not expecting the in-law visit to come up. He basically invited himself up for the weekend because we weren't doing an event that weekend. So that was unexpected. But it turned out fine. I made like 12 bats. It was great. Okay, my beans. There we go. I now have 6 pounds of beans I didn't have before. Very nice. Or no, I've got 10-ish pounds. 10-ish pounds. Okay. I think the first thing I'm going to do is actually cut out the shorks. Oh, there's 2 beans. I'm going to cut out the shorks because I want them to be embroidering the mouths while I'm doing other things. So I need to at least cut out the white fabric for the shorks. I sold almost all of the shorks I made at Pride, which was amazing. I was not expecting to sell my giant ass shark, the too much shark. But I did, and within like the first 2 hours, like it was like an hour and a half in, somebody bought it. And I was like, oh well, I was kind of expecting him to just like sit on the shelf for the entirety of Pride just to kind of show off like the big man I made. And I was like, oh, he sold. So now I don't have any, like that shelf's empty. So I actually took that shelf down. But I was like, but now people can't see my giant ass shark. And then throughout Pride, people were coming over and they were like, oh, so this is where the sharks are from. And I'm like, yeah, I'm making the sharks, blah, 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 blah. And I wasn't sure if they meant the stickers that I make or the sharks, but whatever. And then at the end of Pride, like after the festival was over, everybody was leaving. I had a friend come over and say that as they were wandering around, they had seen the guy with the giant shark. He stayed there the entire time, just like carrying this giant ass shark around. The entire like 4 or 5 hours that he was there. So I guess he did some really cool advertising for me by just keeping the shark there and visible. And yeah, so that was kind of really cool. It made my day. I really like that. But I do need to at least make one more giant shark because I've got a friend, actually the same friend who saw the giant shark walking around. They want that one. And then I sold all of the like the actual trans colors ones, the pastel colors. I've got I think 3 vibrant sharks left. The medium and then 2 small ones of like those bright vivid colors that I made. It's the belly piece here at the very bottom. So I'm going to make one more of each of these guys, basically so I can take pictures because I did not get around to taking the pictures. Oh, I hope I have enough white for the giant guy. Otherwise I'm going to have to definitely go to a quilt store. Let's see, you guys. Actually, I can move you out of the way. I don't need you guys yet. You guys are going to just sit over there. I just need the bellies and the white for now. If I don't have enough white, I'm going to just hold off on making the sharks, I think. Because I've got plenty of other dudes that I need to finish up as well. Wait, you brush. You brush down that way. Ooh, I definitely do not have enough for the giant shark. Because he would have to go on the fabric in this direction. So he's too long for the bit of white that I have left. Okay, so Giant Shark is out. Sorry, dude. But Medium Shark fits. So that's fine. Does Tiny Shark fit on the tiny side over here? No, just slightly too big. That's fine. I can cut the mill bits out of there. So, cut one piece 7 by 15 for the embroidery. 7 by 15. Big ruler. 15 is where? 15. 7. 5, 6, 7. Wait, nope. I need to do that the other way around. Oh, I'll flip you this way. Okay. 15. There's my 7 by 15. Right there. If I cut you there, let me put these guys back. Giant Shark, you stay out of the way. Where'd my little guys go? Medium Shark. This is Small Shark. Yes, okay. Small Shark bits will fit up there. Cool beans. Ah, I had the cutting. Okay, so that's Medium Shark's belly. Small Shark. What is a good place to cut you out? I guess I'm going to just go right here. At this point, this is not a piece that I'm going to be able to fold back up and put on the shelf, so whatever. 10 inches down. That way I said. 5 across, 10 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that looks right. There's my 5 line. There's my 10 line. Ugh. That's more or less straight. I also sold one of my baby owl bears at the Pride Fest. The snowy owl bear that I had. So I'm going to have to remake another baby owl bear. So this weekend is just art in the park sort of event. Next 2 weekends from now is going to be the retro video game convention that I'm going to. And I was going to do a bunch of like the D&D type plushies for that. So I'm going to need to remake an owl bear for that one. Marker. I got a whole bunch of markers at the craft thrift store that I really love around me. And some of them are scented. And I didn't realize that until I started cutting things out. And it was like, why does it smell like bananas in my room? I'm going to put that one there. And I think I can flip it and put it there. Or can I put the big one there? Ugh, but I can't put them both. That's a pain. Okay. I did that direction. Yes, I need the reverse of that one. That looks fine. This is Tiny Shark, so that's going to go back in there. Got my 2 bits for him. Really anything I can do there. Maybe I don't want to cut out that chunk then. A second one underneath? No, of course not. Oh. I think I'm gonna come take it out of the bottom chunks then. Leave those 2 little flappy bits alone. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Not the ideal placement, but whatever. Good enough. I know. You can get that little edge. Okay. Got you guys there. And you here. I'm gonna just cut you out right there. Good enough. My tiny ass little chunk of white. Okay. Then I can get Thomas started up. Turn on all of his light. There, you good? Sure. I don't remember which of my 2 flash drives all of the Shark files are on. This one needs a long ribbon though, because I've now lost it like 5 times. So we're not doing that anymore. Okay. Hopefully that will now be harder for me to lose. Thomas does his wiggles. Check to see if this flash drive has sharks on it. Do you have shark? You do have shark. Okay. I don't know which shark you have. That is medium shark. That is giant shark. That is tiny shark. Okay, cool. Tiny shark. We're going to do tiny shark first. I need a 120, 120 hoop for that. Do your wiggles. Give me a second. Placement, pink and white. Okay, so I don't need to cut any extra fabric for this guy. Just need placement, pink and white. And I need pink to match Shannon Baby Pink, which is what this color is. What pink do I have that matches? That works. Okay, 120, 120 hoop. I should already have pieces cut for. That should work. Small short. Midway point of the hoop is right there. Like that. Good. Where did I put the bit of wrapping bits? Yeah, that works. Okay. I'm going to stitch down the outline first, which I can do in black. That's fine. You good there? I'll slow you down because I don't want you rattling your entire table. Wiggles and go. Now we don't need the black. Now we need pink. And I might actually take you out. So snip your thread. I'm going to pin that in place so I don't have to hold it at all. Got the fuzzums off. That's going to be the fish shape right there. Good. And where are my tiny blue pins? Ah, cut. These. Ow. go. I'm going to pin this side down too. I'm going to go get a hair tie because my hair is getting in my face. Stab. Come on. There we go. That's good enough. Those three holding that down in place, that'll be fine. Pink. Okay. And now we should be able to go. You didn't grab your pink thread, I see. You're going to try that again. You got it now? You good? Yes. Okay. Hello, Silas. Yes, thank you. Hopefully things go well. At this point, I'm fairly good on what I need for the next event. So if I don't finish things, I'm not super stressed. What I am stressing about is the RetroCon that is in 2 weeks after this weekend. So 2.5 weeks from now. Because I haven't made any of my retro shit yet. So we're going to see how that goes. While that shark is... Oh, I should set it for this one next. I don't actually know what hoop this uses. The 120 hoop? Really? I'm not sure if I believe that that's the 120 hoop. I think I'm going to wait. I don't trust past me on that. If so, I already have the bits cut out. So it's not going to be a lot more work, but I don't trust that. Oh, I do need the pink for the mouth on that one. Which, that's my pure plush stuff. That is buried. Shit. Okay. Let me pull that out then. I don't think I have any extra little bit there. No, I didn't. I used that up. Okay. Ah. Wow, that is all the way in the back of all of my fabric. Ah. I do this to myself. Yeah. Okay, come on. This entire freaking bolt having to be pulled out for a piece that's like not even 5 inches large. Let's see. Yeah, this is the mouth bit. The mouth bit. So if I even double that over, I can go like there, and that'll be more than enough. The mouth bit. Now I'm going to be slightly less stupid. I'm going to put this back in the front of all the other colors that I don't need. Okay. So now next shark I make will be slightly easier to grab. So I'm going to wait until baby shark is done to do medium shark. Do. And in the meantime, I think I'm going to sew up these little guys' wings, which I have my little pattern bit for. I'm just going to sew right along the edge of that. So let's get Bernard all started up. Oof. Well, put on the lights for him. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I also got some new fun fabric yesterday. So for RetroCon, I'm going to make a couple more bats. This isn't retro, but whatever. I think that'll be popular as well. So, woo! I've got some more fun bats planned. I also cut out the fabric for 12 different Corax, which I think I have enough. Those ones are just made out of fleece, not the minky that I normally use. So they're not as soft, but they're also cheaper. I have. Why are you wiggling, light? Don't do that. Uncool. So I have enough fleece to make, I think, 30, 32 more in total. And then I'm out of that fleece, which I'm pretty sure that'll last me quite some time. But at Pride Fest in June, I think I ended up selling 7 or 8 of them, all of the ones that I had remaining. Like that part on my table was empty. So I do need to remake those guys before RetroCon. And if I get time today or tomorrow, I'm going to make them in time for the art market on the 12th as well. Okay. Okay. Bernard's camera is slightly off from where I want it to be, but that's fine. And where my that's not bright thread. That's it. Okay. Ugh. Okay, got these guys. This is the top thread. I untangle it. Okay. Good. Thank you. Woo. Don't need blue underneath. I need belly color underneath, which I usually just use the white for, unless I have like my cream. I do not. actually running really low on my cream thread as well, which is why I'm not filling a bobbin with it. I need it for top thread purposes when I'm doing fancy stuff. So that's going to be another one that I have to buy soon. Sewing project there, cool. And I'm going to pull that little guy up and out of the way. There we go. Fiddle with my camera. Yeah, slightly better. And I'm going to try this foot. I don't remember which foot I thought was better for sewing the edge down here, but I'm going to give this one a try. It worked well. And Tiny Shark is done. Now leave that guy sitting there. Don't like what they're doing. Oh, why? Why are you being wiggly? Okay, so there's my Sharky Shark mouths. I might be able to use this piece on Medium Shark's mouth. Need to figure out which. Ooh. Okay, so that's more Sharky Shark bits. What hoop does this guy need? Thomas does his wiggles. Delete that. Into here. Medium Shark. It is a 120, 120. Fascinating. Okay. It's actually going to be the exact same hoop for small and medium. Cool. Uh, hmm. I think I'm going to do something you're not supposed to do, and I'm going to piece two bits of stabilizer together in the hoop. I'm also going to change the freaking direction of my. Stop blowing things off my table, dude. Uncool. Blow things elsewhere. Okay, and medium shark. Like that. This is tiny shark. Where did medium shark's pattern go? What? Medium shark? There you are. Okay, you start there. Stabilizer afterwards. Put you guys in there. You're attached to do your wiggles. Good. I don't want you to do that in white because I'm not going to be able to see your outline. So we're going to do your outline, I think, in pink. That should be good enough to see. Dude, get your thread. All good? Okay, so he's doing the outline now. After the outline, I have to take the little pink bit and put that on his mouth. I did not get a. Hair tie acquired. Okay, you're good there. You got your mouth. I can see the outline. Pink. Okay, so that's good there. Okay, cut your thread. Nice. There's our little mouth. Get rid of all the extra fabric around it. Okay, there's my little pink mouth. It needs the stabilizer, which the air conditioner is still trying to blow away from me. Uncool, dude. I can. Okay, so I can go around the entire mouth there, and I'm pretty sure I have enough that I can also pin it in place. Stop! Wind. Okay. This guy can go back to Thomas. Mouth is pinned in place. We don't need pink anymore because this is going to be the teeth and the outline. Ugh, come on. Wait, thread. Up. Okay, that's going to be my teeth and the outline. Now we're going to go back to sewing the little wings. 1 down, 9 to go. This guy. There's number 2. Oh, it's coming apart. I need to reglue that. Teeth are half done. Ah, come on, cut. Okay, 3 done. Four. Five, and Thomas needs attention. Well, you need attention. You ready to do the white outline? You are. Go for it. Looking good. Oops. Oh, I got a little close to the edge when I was sewing that one. Oops. Okay, so this wing is slightly smaller than it should be, but that's okay. They are handmade. Ah, stop. Let go of your threads, sir. Rude. Oops. Okay, Thomas is done. I still have 1.5 pancakes to go though, so I'm gonna just finish those up and then I'll grab the shark bits and the pancake bits all at the same. I was considering maybe making a meow shroom with spots as well for this upcoming craft fair. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough to do that though, so I do want to do the sharks first. Get them done. There we go. There's my 10 little sea pancake stack. And they can get left back over into the bowl. I need to put that parent bit away. Thomas is done. Ah. I will have to give this shark a bath because there is stabilizer still in between all the teeth. Sea pancake bit can go back in the bag. I've got all my sea pancake bits in here. And I already have the tails pre-made, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there we go. Because the way I have the sea pancake embroidery set up is on one of the embroidery hoops, I can do 2 sea pancakes. On the other one, I do 2 sea pancakes and like 6 tails. So I get extra tails when I make tails. So I just kind of let them build up, and when I have a bunch in here, then I do just the 2 sea pancakes, no tails. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Same with the little butters. I just do the butters in mass, and then when I need a butter, I can use it. When I run out of butters, I make a bunch more of them. Okay, so sea pancakes are done. These guys need to be washed out because they do have stabilizer in them still. So I'm going to wash these out tonight, let them dry, and then stuff them probably tomorrow evening after I finish streaming. But they are done as is. So they're going to go into my bucket of things, which currently is full of a whole bunch of bats. I've got, how many bats? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 bats. Bunch of chicken nuggets, things that still need to be stuffed and sewn. 3, 4, 5, 6 nuggets. Oh, some blue thread. I don't need blue thread. I finished my blue bats yesterday. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 bats. They're all black. I didn't get these done in time for Pride, so I have them finished up now. So I'm going to just put my sea pancakes in there as well because they need to be washed. I can flip the tails at least. The tails don't need to be washed out. They are just sewn together. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. Okay. Once the bodies are washed out, I will just put the tails, I'll stuff the bodies slightly, and then add a tail and the butter, and the sea pancakes are done. There we go. Butters need to be flipped as well. Ah. I need to wash out the butters before I stitch them on because I do trace them in orange marker, so there is some orange Crayola washable marker still on these guys. And I don't want somebody to buy a plushie and then take it home and it gets slightly damp and suddenly there's orange bleeding all over it. So anytime I use the Crayola markers on the fabric, I do wash it out before I stuff it and send it off. Flipping these. Had a person at Pride Fest actually comment on the 3C pancakes that I had there that they all looked exactly identical and they like didn't believe that they were actually handmade. I think what I'm going to do with these little guys is I'm actually going to move the butters around slightly so that they all look slightly different. Like leave the butters in the same basic place so you kind of know what you're getting, but instead of having it like here on all of them, I will maybe rotate it or move it back or to the side a little bit just so that they are slightly different and people might believe me more when I say yes, they are handmade. Yes, they look professional quality. I am a professional. Professional is what I aim for. Thank you for acknowledging that I have made it. Okay. That's my Sharky bits there. Ah, didn't want you to rip that much. I might be done with the embroidery for now. Okay. I can put my little water soluble stabilizer away for now at least. Sharky bits. Oh, I still have two manatees to sew together as well today. I keep forgetting about those guys. Okay, so two Sharky bits. I guess not the three that I listed because I don't have enough white for forks. I guess it's two. Two shorks. Two manatee, two shork. Pancakes are done. I can actually take pancake off my list. I'm definitely not going to get all of the bats done today. I think maybe two is what I'm going to aim for. The bats again are pretty much like I have enough bats to fill my shelves. They're just not the super popular ones. So I want to make a couple more of the popular ones to have them. But if I don't get them done, it's no big deal. I'm gonna cut this away, I think. Blue thread, stop it. That's going to be a yellow marker time, my banana marker. Okay, so that's all my white pieces for the medium shark. White pieces for the tiny shark. Okay, for the pink and blue, I'm going to need a slightly darker color. I think that one will work. And cut these guys out. I can also probably cut out the other white bits that I put off to the side. Rid of the stabilizer. We don't need that anymore. Okay. And I'm leaving them connected just because I'm going to put them together and stitch along that edge anyways, so they don't really need to be separated. I should get a bag for all the shark bits. I'll put them into a bag as I go. Porky shark bits. As they're done, I'm going to bag them just like my manatees there. Okay, and there's my medium shark body. Okay, there's my white bits. Now pink. I'm using up my little scrappy bits first, which, where'd the second scrappy bit go? I thought I had two. Hey, there we go. Okay, it goes down that way. Nope, it goes down this way. Pink. That's blue, blue, blue. These two are pink. Blue, blue, pink, pink. Here we go. Put the blue guys back. Don't need them quite yet. What pieces can I put where? I can do that. Don't think I'm, no, see, that gets into the bad edge, so I can't put that one there. Boo. Put both of them on here. There. Just barely. Okay, so I might put those two on there then. Oh, I don't like the tip of this marker. We're going to pick a different one. This one looks better. Okay. That's the dot for the eye. I'm going to need one more of those flipped over. I can put this one right here, right up against that edge. And then I can put one right here. Edges are right up against each other. Okay. Done with that piece. I've got both sides of that. That's my tiny shark. I need that one there. That looks good there. I can put a tiny one up there. And then another this one and another that one. I should have more than enough space in there. I'll just pop this one over here and put that one right there. Okay, cool. I can use up all my little bits. Okay, that's my two big pink pieces. I'll put this one here. Put the other one down there. This fits nicely right here. Eyeball. Ah, that little tiny edge sticks over. Otherwise, that could fit there so nicely. Damn it. I put that there. Actually, I like that better. Do you fit there? You don't. Okay, but you do fit down here. Okay. I have a little bit left. I don't know anything that might be that long and pink, but I'll save it for now. Oh, there's my second big pink piece. Second small pink piece. That pink gets saved for later. Okay. To get my hair up out of my way again. Oops. Almost threw that little scrap into the bin full of eyeballs. Don't need it there. Not gonna save that little chunk there that's not anything that I can really use it for. Okay, so that's all the pink. Now I just need the blues, my baby blue, which I did get some new baby blue at the quilt store last time I went. So I now have a nice yard full of it that I don't think I've cut any bits off of. I have not. Okay. This is the downside. So we're going to just pick a side, make a huge mess of everything, shove it out of the way, cool, and cut some blue out of here. Release. Stupid paper clip. Okay, so 3 small bits. Myself in the tools, uncool. Sure. Just sure. 1, 2, and 3. And then you get reclipped. I'm going to move those out of the way. The shark tails are the most annoying ones just because they have that big empty space. If I move it up just a little bit, I can get the tiny shark bits. Ooh, look at it. I can put the face in there. Ooh, tiny shark face fits in the medium shark tail. Nice. Okay. And that's my dart there. Those are the lines that need to be sewn together to give the snoot of the shark the snootiness. Make it round instead of sharp and pointed. Make him very boopable. Ooh, probably shouldn't have put that there. Need to figure out where this goes, and then, yeah, move him over. Okay. Whoops, he's gonna have a little line on him. It's fine. Yeah. There we go. So those two I'm done with. I'm gonna go put them back on small shark and medium shark. Can't put anything underneath that small tail though. That's a pain. One fin. I think I am going to put this here. Second one here. Okay, done with that tail, so it goes back with the small dude. Ah. Ooh, I like that that fits there. Okay, Cap, you're going away. If you can't stay on the marker, you go elsewhere. Ooh. Now the flips. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 fins, and I've got them in the right directions. Good, so I can put the fins away. Uh, 2 seconds. Pause. I've got 2 fins there. I need 2 more, and I need the 2 faces. I don't think I can stack them up without going farther into the fabric here, because it would be... Yeah, I'd be moving up into the fabric a bit. Actually, no, that's probably good. I'm going to do that. I'm going to stack these 2. And then the 2 faces, we'll see if they can be stacked or if I have to just do them side by side along the bottom edge. But I think that'll work. Wait. Nope, it needs to go this direction. Haha, wrong way there. That is the wrong fin. I would have 3 lefts and 1 right. I need 2 of each. Pick a different marker color. This is not a good marker. Okay. Oof, those colors look the same on my camera. Well, anyways, it's red and green, so I should be able to tell the difference now. I'm not using these red lines. No. And then I need two of the face, which I might be able to stack. That's actually a little bit shorter than the fin is, so I think I can stack them. Nope, you don't get your cap. You are too irresponsible for a cap. Yeah, I'm going to be able to stack that right there. That looks nice. Okay. Well, once I line up the arrow straight, yes, okay. Okay. You can put that pattern piece away. Cool. Shouldn't need the markers anymore, so they can go away. Keep them from getting lost. Okay, so that's all the blues that I need. Let me grab these edges, get them out of here. Refold this. So my local quilt shop where I get most of my Minky from has been transitioning from the normal 60-inch width fabrics that they normally carry. Like most bolts of fabric that you can find are going to be about 60 inches. They're transitioning into the extra wide 90 some inches one because most of the people that buy from them are quilters making quilts. And if you get the extra wide ones, then you don't have to piece them together when you're putting a back on the quilt. So the quilters like the extra wide ones more. I don't, though, because my closet storage is set up perfectly for it to be like to fold up the 60-inch ones. So I can, like, I've got like 14 inches of shelf space width wise. So if I take the 60, fold it in half to 30, fold it in half to 15, it fits perfectly on that shelf. Now with this one where it's like 20 plus some inches, like I fold it to 22. So if I try to put that on the shelf, it just kind of sticks over the edge. And if I fold it in half again, then it's extra thick and extra short. So I still have to figure out exactly how I want to fold up these fabrics. but it's kind of annoying. There. So I don't get the nice, like, just easy to unfold and use shapes anymore. I have to figure out a better way to fold them up, and I have to basically unfold it all the way in order to use it because of the quilters. One blue, two blues, three, four, five, six, okay, last four little bits. I need to wash my table soon. all the little cuts are starting to get a little bit draggy on the fabric. I can't rotate it smoothly. Okay. Not a lot of stuff coming out of there. Okay. Okay, I got a little bit of the fluff out of the cuts in here. So basically this is a self-healing mat, which means you can cut into it and then the like plastic closes up around those cuts. But eventually it does take some serious damage. And this part right here, little section, is getting to that point. So either I need to move over and start cutting over here now. Stop that thread. Or I need to go and wash it out and like re-smooth this part of the mat out. I can rotate it, but then my numbers are off. So it has numbers along the sides going from 1 to 24 and then 1 to 36. And I actually do use those as I'm measuring out fabric. And I don't want to have to do the little math of figuring it out, like just number wise, because I'm really super lazy. And if I flip it around, this corner here would be like 24 and 35, and I'd have to subtract out. I'd rather do the math up rather than down. It does have an opposite side that I could flip and use the other side, but that side's already been kind of used as well. So now both sides, right where I would cut, is kind of getting to that same point. So what I need to do is go take it into the bathtub, run some hot to the touch water over it, and give it a good scrub. And then all those little tiny burrs kind of melt away, wash away, and it should be good enough to use again. I'm just really lazy and I don't want to do that, so I've been not doing it. Which is why I flipped it in the first place. Now both sides are like this, and I'm going to actually have to do that. That might be this Sunday sort of plan. Okay, so now I have 2 sharks, 2 manatees, 2 red bats. Whoops, let me grab them. Whoops. 2 bats. 2 of the 5 that I wanted to do, and the korok seeds. Whoop. Which I also did while in-laws were up visiting. All the koroks are in there ready to cut, and then I embroidered out their faces that they just need to now be stitched together. So I've got a bunch of stuff to do basically from now until I get them all sewn up, I'm going to be just sitting at Bernard, stitching. Corks are going to be the last, I think, because I don't really need for this weekend. They're more for 2.5 weeks from now at the RetroCon. I think I'm going to start with the sharks because I don't have sharks. I have these manatees. These are just the two that sold at the Pride Fest. So I was making replacements for. But if I don't make these, I do already have a sea cow and a summer flower sea cow. And these two bats, I already have a bunch of bats plus some that I'm still making. They're just not the super popular ones. So after I finish those ones, I was planning on making, let's see, I already made the Vincent van Gogh. This is all my bat fabric here in this bucket. I made all those ones. I was thinking of remaking Ming, the porcelain pottery bat, which is this one here with the blue and white flowers. So I was gonna make those ones. I was thinking of making one or two of those. I think I still have my flamingo bat. I'm gonna make a couple more Pokemon and other fandom bats before RetroCon as well. Who else was I gonna make? I could probably make some of the geode bats. They might be a hit. The sport bats, people don't really like the sport bats. I did sell a couple of the Halloween bats. I might make some of the Halloween bats. And then I was going to do this one. Uh, which I think I named that one Kami. I don't remember. Was it the Great Wave of Kamigawa? I don't remember what I named this bat. But I was thinking about doing these two because they're very popular bats. So making those ones afterwards just to have with me because I will probably sell them. Somebody asked for like a summertime bat, so I do have two fabrics that were meant for like summery-ish bats. They were my cherry pie and watermelon. So I might make a cherry pie and a watermelon bat as well. But this will totally be based on how much time I actually have. Because if I don't finish the bats, I do have other bats still. So I still got, I think I've got 40 bats in stock that are already made. They're just the least popular of all my bats. But I can fill a shelf with them, so that's fine. I only need about, I think it's 24 bats fit on one side of my bat wall shelf. So as long as I have 24, I'm good. Sharky Sharks are going to be first. Then those guys. So actually, I'm going to take these guys out. Now that I've just put them in the bag, I'm going to take them out of the bag. I'm going to put my bats in the bag. Those are my projects for today. Okay. Let's see. Small shark mouth, medium shark mouth. Small shark pink bits, small shark blue bits, small shark white bits, medium shark blue bits, white bits, blue bits, blue bits. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. 1, 2, blue bits. 3, 4. Good. Tiny pink, medium pink, and pink, tiny pink, medium pink. Okay. Time to sew up a shark. This is going to be my 1/4 inch piecing foot. I have white thread underneath still. Woo! So that's fine. I don't need to change that. I do need to change the top thread because this is pancake color and I actually want white color. I'm not swapping out the thread in between each of the colors on these shark bits. They are just going to all be white thread instead of going and doing like pink between the pink and blue or anything like that. Phone. There we go. Okay. Sharky bits. Oh, probably thread my machine first. It'll probably sew better if it actually has thread. All good there. Oh, and I can change my settings now because I am ready to have you cut instead of just lift your foot up. Okay. Oh, I probably should have left that very tip open. Whatever. It's fine. I'll just leave the tail open. That'll be fine. Okay, putting these bits together. Order of sharkiness. Face. Ooh, I could probably put these guys together first. And white in the center goes that direction. Okay, I'm going to put these little guys together first. Oh, I need my pokey stick. Pokey stick. Come help me out. Okay, there's my little fins. Okay, there's the first two sections. White. Third section. Ah, stab myself with a pin. Good. That's what I meant to do. There's my third shark section. There's my fourth section. Whoops. Take the pin out. Okay. And tail. Oh, I should probably pin a little bit. This one's got some curve around it. Let's see how it goes. No, stop that. Okay, maybe on the other side of this shark, when I do the tail bit, I'm going to start from the bottom section and go up. I think that might be a little bit easier because that extreme curve right here, that as the first thing sewn would be easier to manipulate the fabric. Ah, sorry, didn't mean to stab you. Bernard got stabbed that time, not me. Sorry, dude. Yeah, I should have left the little top. It's fine. Okay, so here I'm going to start from the bottom of the tail. I feel like that's going to be easier. And I'm going to put like 3 pins, not just the one I've been doing. Maybe just the 2 pins. Yeah, I think just the 2 pins there, just to get that curve. Now the rest easier to line up. Go. All the fuzzums. Every single fuzzum. Good, 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 good. 3 pieces. Whew. And oops, I need to do the dart on the face before I do the rest of the face. Okay, there's my dart. Oops, don't do that. Okay, there's my 2 halves. When I make this pattern available for sale, I'm gonna have to put in like marks to show where to attach the pins and everything. This side. You can match up how far I stretched it. Not too much. Okay. How do I want to attach these guys? I think I'm going to do the snoot first. Then I'll come back and attach the tail bits. I'm going to pin everything and then attach the tail bits. Yeah. Okay, now pin this in place. Start from the top part, pin all the way around, and then stitch up the tail bits first. Also going to have to put marks on the belly where the belly attaches to the different color blocks. Yeah, a lot of little alignment markers just for people who aren't me, who don't know exactly what I'm doing it. Oops, I probably should have put pins on the fin. Okay, let's see if that works. Good. Oh, I didn't put eyeballs on this shark yet. I might want to do that before I sew them all up and make it harder to eyeball them. I think I'm going to eyeball and then pin the other side down. That seems easier overall. Oh, pinch that. Okay, well, this shark has got a couple of issues. Pointy stick. Ugh. Okay, we're going to redo that top little section there. I can sew the belly on, actually, all the way around. As long as I don't do the top section, then we should be good to still put eyeballs on. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try that. Redo that section that I messed up. Good. I just caught 2 bits of the blue fabric underneath, same stitches, so he had a little like in his there, a little pucker. Okay, no more pucker on his mouth there. That looks good. Okay, so now he needs the eyeballs before I sew up everything else and make it impossible to actually stitch or to stick its eyeballs on. In his butt together. And we're going to go over, put eyeballs on him, and then come back and I can stitch up the outside. Okay, eyeball time. For this guy, I need to go into my list of things spreadsheet. Dark, medium, 25mm eyeballs. Okay. I need my 25mm eyeballs for this guy, which I believe are these guys. That is the right blue. I think this is my 25mm. Yes. Or rather 23.8. Close enough. Eyeball, eyeball, back, and the back. That's just one layer of that fabric. Good. Pokey stick. I might actually need scissors. I don't know if this is going to be big enough for the post. Where'd you go? Ball. Almost. Ah! Not quite large enough for me to shove the post through that hole there. But almost. So tiny snips. You need to just do a tiny snip there. Okay, now he's got shark eyeballs. That's fun. That's a very wide shark. And then I was actually going to try something slightly different for this shark. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but when I stuff his tiny little fins up top, they don't really like staying in place. Like the stuffing wants to come back out rather than be in that tiny little triangle shape. So I'm going to put quilt batting in there. I'm going to kind of sew it in place, put a triangle of quilt batting in each fin to see if that holds better. You right there. Good. Ah, pokey stick. Come on, man. Good. Ow, stab. Ow, stab. Pins. You betray me. Did you run out of bobbin thread? I think you did, and you didn't tell me, sir. You did. You ran out of bobbin thread without telling me. Okay, well, that means you're dusty inside. I don't know where my paintbrush went. That's uncool. Oh gosh, you are dusty inside. Okay, well, let me go find a paintbrush. Oh, is my paintbrush? Oh no. Okay, there we go. Okay. Put you back together. You can refill your bobbin now. Or I can just pinch your thread. Okay. Now you good? Okay, there we go. New bobbin. Feels good. Ah, and now take two on you. Where did you stop sewing? Right about there? Okay. I'm going to get rid of the pins that you've already gone past. And you lost your thread immediately. Rude. Okay, you want to try again? You good now? Thank you. Okay, and that hole there in the belly is for stuffing. So he is all sewn up. Looks good. No issues there. Let me get my tiny snips. We're going to take out these corners. Ugh, probably should get better snips than these. These are just thread snips. Okay. So there's my dude, but I'm going to try and put some quilt batting in both of these. Both of his little fins there. Ow. Ooh. Which I bought a chunk of quilt batting just because I could before Joann Fabrics closed down. So I have a whole mess of it here. I don't think I've used any off. Oh, I have. I used the other end. Okay. Bloop. There we go. So I've used this end already. That right there. Uh, do I need to get this parent piece out, or can I just kind of wing it and cut some? I think we can just wing it. There we go. We're gonna do that. I can stitch that in place there. That looks good. Maybe get rid of this edge. Okay. Stitch that there. Yeah. I'm going to do two, one for each side. And then for the tiny pink one, Looks good. Maybe just one for that. No, I'm gonna do two on that one as well. Okay, so he's got his quilt bang stuffing for his little fins. I'll move the quilt batting out of the way. Do I want to machine sew this or do I want to hand sew this? I hand sewed them in last time. Oop, like that. I might want to hand sew just so that I don't miss the stitches there. I don't go inside the outside edge of stitches. Yeah, I'm gonna hand sew those. So does not matter what thread I use, so I'm gonna just use the black that I was sewing the bats together with last night. And I'm gonna just kind of whip these together. The edge. Ugh, that was really close to it. Yeah, I don't think I would have been able to sew that on the machine. Whew. There we go. So now he's got a little bit of quilt batting there, so when I flip him, he'll at least have some padding in that little fin bit before all the rest of the stuffing tries to escape and leave. That there. Pin this in place temporarily while I stitch it. Go. I think on the tiny shark, I might try sewing the quilt batting in as I'm doing the stitches, because on that one, I'm only going to put one layer, not two. Just because his fins are so much smaller. I can put the batting underneath the fabric, see the edges of the fabric, and then stitch them together. Oh yeah, I probably could have just done one layer in that tiny pink one. Okay, so for the little shark, I'm definitely going to just do the one layer. So I'm going to try and stitch it in as I'm doing the regular seams. Okay, so there's my medium shark. Him's done, at least for today, because I have to go and wash him and then let him dry before I actually stuff him. So him's done for today. Now I've got the little shark. Let's see. Okay, little shark, and then manatees and bats. I don't think I'm going to have time for the meow shroom today, so that's fine. I'm going to turn off Thomas. He's full on his own. Tiny shark. Um, Manatees are going to be about an hour in total each, I think. Yeah, so maybe how much? Probably about 45 minutes on them. An hour for each bat, so that's 2 hours 45. 3.5 hours. I don't know how long the shark's going to take. Okay, so I'm not going to finish everything today. I'll probably do the bats after the shark then, because I don't have either of these bats. I do have both of those mats. I will not get to the Corax today, which is fine. They're not supposed to be like really made until RetroCon at the end of the month. Okay. and the tummy. I'm going to start with the little fins. I don't think I need to pin these together, so I'm going to just go for it. Your edges. Probably should have pinned just the start together as it starts to. Oh, it's fine though. All worked out. Over there. Don't eat your thread. Let go. What are you doing? Go your oh my, you don't need, let go. So rude. Oh, I didn't draw the T shape. Oh well, it's fine. This one I am going to. There's my first two carts pinned as well. Oops, and pinned in the right spot, theoretically. Okay, and then this last stripe, I have to start from the bottom. Yeah, might as well just go and pin this entire thing. It's so short on this shirt. There we go. Sharky shark. Nice. Wow, that pin must have got times. That was bent in multiple directions. And I gotta start from the bottom on this. Probably pin the whole thing as well. Whew, pin. Okay, there's that. Now the little spindly bits. Um, figure out what this. Play this one. Oh well, now I don't know what. Music 3 from Baltimore, maybe. Well, figure out next time it plays. I didn't like it. It wasn't a good one. Oh, gotta put this on before I put it together. So there's the two belly bits on the sides here. Before I stitch everything together on this one, I also have to put eyes on, which I believe these were the 12mm eyeballs, but I'm going to check my sheet again just in case. Tiny shirt. 12mm eyeballs. Okay, that's these guys, which I don't know if I have the backing for. Do these backings work? Do the 14 backings work for 12? They do. Okay. There we go. There's an eyeball. And there's another eyeball. Okay. There we go. Now for these two, that's when I'm going to pull out my quilt batting again. Take a chunk out of there. Where'd my tiny snips go? Scissors? Where are you at? Oh no. I've lost. I'm gonna just take a nice square shaped chunk out. There we go. That will be for the top. Yeah. And then I just need a little one. Yeah, good enough. Okay. So now as I sew this together, I'm actually going to try and sew the batting right in at the same time. in the tail, and then still I skipped right over them. More here. Okay. That looks good. Start here. Bottom. Let's just up. My pokey stick. Oh no, pokey stick. Good. Okay. And for this section, wait up the way. Like that. Ugh. Way more than I think I actually need. Fine. Whew. This one. Go. That one I cut off a good. Okay, let's pull out the pins, take this back over to the table, and we'll see how well throwing the batting in like that did. Can't really check and make sure that I got both the layers all the way through because the batting's kind of in the way. We'll see. Okay. Woo! Okay, let's see when I flip this how those fins turn out. That actually worked pretty well. Okay. That top fin might need a little bit more stuffing to it than what it actually has in there. So that might be interesting when I go to stuff extra in there. But it didn't make the seams all weird and wonky, which is why I was a little bit worried about. That back fin, though, that is perfect. This top fin just needs a little bit more, so we'll have to see how that goes. Okay, but there's my second shark. My two Sharky Sharks are done. Very cool. Forks are done. Ooh, the short. Fork is gone. Okay, so these two need to be washed before they're stuffed. So they're going to go in project bin, which I have misplaced entirely. Ah, there it is. Okay. So they're going to join the sea pancakes in the project bin. Next up, I'm going to work on those two bats. Eyes, eyeballs do bats get? I know. I know which ones they get, but I don't know what. 9.6. So those are going to be 10 millimeter eyes. All of my eyes are slightly smaller than they should be. 9.6, 9.7. So that's a 10 millimeter eyeball. Okay, I'm adding that to my little chart. Who gets what eyeballs? Bat. Eye. Okay, so now I'm on to my two red bats. And all these bits good to go together. See. Things with the belly. These are my ears. That's ear fabric. That's the head gusset. The head. Body. That's ear fabric. Feet. Feet. Bellies. Head. Pin sticking through there. Oh, to hold everything together. Okay, well, we can get rid of that anyway. With crimson fabric. Okay. This bat does not have a name yet. I have to come up with that. I have enough fabric for, I think, 12 of these bats. So I do actually have to have a name that I will reuse multiple times. Okay, toes and ears are going to be first. Do those first, then I come back for everything else. toes and ears because they use, yeah, they use the open toe, but everything, uh, that's not, that is. They use the 1/4 inch foot for everything else. Do I have a crimson? That's too purple. That is too pink. I don't have just a dark red. I have a normal ass red. Is way too bright. Okay, this one, get new bobbin. Oh damn, that's the end of my thread. Okay, well, I only have enough for bobbin or top thread, not for both. So that's interesting. I guess I'm going to use the slightly too dark thread because that's the next closest I have, unless it's in my bag of all my new threads. Have something that matches better. That's embroidery. These are all embroidery. That's blue. Looking for like a crimson red. Those are all embroidery. That's a crimson. How's that color look? Ooh, hang on. Come out here. You are pretty damn close. Okay, a lot closer than that darker one. Hell yeah. You are the same color. Okay. You are also very similar to the same color. You are purpler. Oh, you are definitely purple. Never mind. Okay. I'm going to use that one. Ah, this was $2.79 from Hobby Lobby. I did not buy it from Hobby Lobby. I got it from the craft and thrift store. But good to know. This is Evil Thread. I'm using clear plastic foot. sounding weird about? Don't do that. You fixed? Are you happy? No, you don't sound. It's the evil Fred. Part of you are angry. Not angry about that, right? Done sounding evil? Okay. Now we're behaving. There's some ears. Ears. Okay, there's the toes. We're gonna just I'm gonna have to go frosting cream from. That feels like so much work, and I don't have the time to do that right now. Okay, so there's my ears and toes. I can go to my 1/4 inch foot again and go back to the table. Everything here now needs to be cut out and put into the other bit. some of that fluff mist down a little better. Toes. Okay. Some white fluff right in the seam of that toe. That's on. Dude, don't do that. We don't need fluff there. Not white fluff. Maybe red fluff. Red fluff would be. Okay, got my toes. I have to figure out which ears I want to go together because this bat's got like a nice range of colors in the fabric. So some of the ears are like purple and some of them are like green. I'm going to have to compare them with the wings and just try and get a good combination of all the colors on each bat. Yeah, like I've got 2 purple ears. I think that was the fabric as I cut it like that. So if I swap them around, give 1 green ear and 1 purple ear bat. Then for the wings, let's see what colors I've got. Wow, I like that one. Okay, so those 2 have got some nice yellows and oranges on them. I don't think those 2 can be on the same bat because I don't have the other colors. Oh, yeah, so they'll have to be like this then. I'm gonna swap the ears and put the ears like this. Yeah. These 2 wings go with a body. These 2 wings go with a body. Ears go together. And these. Gonna do the bodies and their wings next. Okay, there's one belly. The second belly. Okay, there's my two bellies. Now going to be backs and the little toes. And then I can connect them to the bellies. And then I have the faces. Yeah, little toes do get pins before I stitch. One stitch. I did find if I start from the edge and then I go back and do the top edge, start from the bottom edge, go back and do the top edge, bodies. I'm gonna do that probably from now on without having to pin them. Okay, there's one body. It still needs to be flipped and top stitched, but I'm gonna put that away for now. I'm gonna do that at the very end after the heads are made. Whoops, hit that pin. Is why you're not supposed to sew over them. Okay, there's my second body. Very nice. Pop them out, put them back on the table, and get my heads. I can work on them. That. Okay, there's my 2 gussets. Those are the center parts of the head. Here. Flat goes to the front of the face. Okay. One ear. I think I'm gonna do one full face before I go and work on the other face, just so I don't accidentally mix up which ear goes where. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna be better safe than sorry and just put one full face together and then work on the other full face. Does get fully pinned all the way around. Way. Hmm, pokey eat through. Okay, thank you. Do not eat the fabric. Un Don't do that. Be weird. That's it. Okay, there's one of the two. Oh, I didn't put the eyes on first. Now it's gonna be more difficult. God damn it. Ah. Completely forgot the eyeballs. Ah. Too focused on bat face. Okay, there's holes for it. Let me go. Eyeballs. Ugh. Yes. Okay. There we go. There's the face with eyes. Now the bat can see. I'm going to take eyeballs back with me to the sewing machine so that I don't get to put them on. I still might, very well, but now there's less chance. There we go. Eyeballs. And I left my pokey stick. I need to get myself a second pokey stick. One that does not leave the sewing machine and one that does not leave the table. Flat part goes front of the face. No, the fabric. Uncool. Un. Okay, so flat part of the ear towards the front of the flat part towards good. Okay. Yep. This side of the face first. Okay, eyeball time. Not forgetting the eyeball. Oh yeah. There's my second face. Oh no, my camera died. Of course it did. Why? Why'd you die? You gonna come back? Camera says it doesn't need to work. No, that would be way too. No, you just don't want to come back. Well, okay. It would be too convenient if you worked, right? Yeah, that would just be way too convenient. Okay. Well, that didn't work. I'm gonna just. In the meantime, I'm going to finish up these bats. Okay. Let's see. Have you still working on research? Okay. Let me flip these bats right side out then. Ah. There's one bat body. I really like that wing right. That's a cool wing. Start. Nope, nothing. Okay, well, I think what I'm gonna do then is finish up these 2 bats, and then instead of streaming while I make the 2 manatees, I will just stitch them up off stream. And then tomorrow, my plan is that all of these dudes that need to be washed are going to have had their bath and hopefully be dry. And then tomorrow, I'm going to just sew them all up. So I'll probably do that on stream. Just a whole crap load of hand sewing. And then I don't think I'm going to stream on Friday. Saturday is my event. Sunday will be cleanup of the event, like getting all my paperwork and everything done. And then on Monday, I'm planning on streaming again, and I am going to be making a giant Spyro plushie. Hopefully, if it works, I will be making a giant Spyro plushie. Otherwise, I will be making a giant mess. So for RetroCon, I'm planning like kind of like where I took a giant shark as my like centerpiece big thing to Pride. I'm going to be taking a giant Spyro as my centerpiece big thing to RetroCon. And so I need to make him. I will not be making my own pattern for this. I'm going to use a pattern that I'm buying. I will be doing, I think, my own embroidery files. So that will be Monday's plan, and I will probably spend all of Monday doing just Spyro. I don't think it's going to be quick enough that I could do it today. So Monday is going to be just Spyro. Okay, there's one bat. Okay, last wing here. Oops, this has got a little string sticking out of him. Don't need that. Go away. Bad string. Okay, there we go. There's the two bodies. Can't really show them over on the table because the table is gone. So that's going to be the end of my stream today, just because I don't want to fight with technology. Pause the music. Here, we're going to who is streaming. They're going to be doing fun sewing stuff. Hmm. No, I'm just going to probably end the stream. I will be back tomorrow to finish up everything that I was working on today to stuff them and sew heads on in places. And I will see you then, or maybe next Monday to work on a really big Spyro. So, yeah. Thank you guys for being. Bye.